Prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile.
Man.
So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the Everglades off of US 27. There's not a lot out there. There's a waste management dump. It's not well lit. Travel in the middle of the night. It's dark. The roads aren't identified. No street lamps.
So based on the review, what date did Mr. Williams start with the new phone?
August 17, 2018.
So going forward with Mr. Williams' phone, did you review every single photo that you had access to in that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review every single video you had access to?
Yes.
In terms of the percentage of photos and videos that showed Mr. Williams, what number would you assign to that?
I would say it would probably be 75 to 80%.
In terms of the time frame after the homicide occurred, were there any outgoing calls on Mr. Williams' phone?
No, ma'am.
Were there incoming calls?
I believe there was some incoming calls, but nothing that was nothing was received like that. There was no response.
So once law enforcement had the phone in their possession, did they pick it up? Any phone calls?
No.
Did they respond to any of the text messages?
No.
In terms of the activity on the phone, what was the last recorded activity you have in this phone that Mr. Williams had completed?
I think it was somewhere around midnight. The timeline that you would tell me sometime around midnight.
And so we're looking at the timeline to refresh your recollection as to?
Yes.
Okay. Page 392 for the West Coast. What's kind of opportunity to review all aspect of my questionnaire? What's the last outgoing activity from that cell phone?
Okay, the last reported activity outgoing from that phone was actually 10/25/2018 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay. And in terms of the outgoing activity, who is that going to? What phone number?
It shows the outgoing message. It doesn't say who it was going to. he had sent previous messages outgoing. You can't tell who he's talking to in this. You can see it says outgoing, and it says from.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the reports on this phone on the timeline, that's not the best way to review the messaging content.
No,
What's the best way to look at the messaging content?
actually in messaging.
So with regards to this timeline here, are you able to look at an entry on the timeline and verify it against a chat or messaging printout or report?
Yes.
So I want to go now and talk about Christopher Thomas's cell phone. Where was that cell phone found?
That was found in the back, right near passenger floor.
And what color case was on that one, do you recall?
I believe it was a blue case.
And in terms of the cellular data, we were discussing that yesterday. On Mr. Williams' phone, who was the registered subscriber?
It was Boost Mobile, but the user on the phone was Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, Anthony Williams' phone. Who was the registered subscriber? And if you need to refer to anything, please let me know.
The T-Mobile's DDR would help.
Okay. And so, published states 63. So is this one of the T-Mobile CDRs that you received back?
Yes.
This has been previously put into evidence as State 63 and the T-Mobile records. I'm going to go to the account details. The activation date on this particular CDR for the phone number 954-248-9081. Who was it saying was the account name under?
Jamie L. King.
Do you know who Jamie King is?
As the mother of the defendant
And where did you first meet Ms. King?
at the hospital.
In terms of the activation date, what date was that?
Activation date was 8/17/2018.
Is that the same date that you specified to as when that phone timeline started?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the account expiration or cancellation date, what date was that canceled on?
10/29/2018.
With regards to the data on Mr. Williams' phone, did you get the same true call data like you did for the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When we were talking, and I believe it was state 88 or 89, about the location at Pembroke Road, how far away was the estimated phone location of the defendant from where the casing were actually found?
About 100 meters.
How far away was Mr. Williams' phone estimated location from the network compared to where the casing was found?
Both phones are. Mr. Williams' phone was about 100 meters from where the casings were found, and the defendant's phone was about 400 meters.
In terms of, I think I tried to ask you this the other day. Ready, with regards to the subscriber information on the 772-713-9807, who was that phone subscribed to?
Jamie King,
And again, who is Ms. King?
the mother of the defendant.
And so in terms of you're describing the difference in the distances from those two phones from the actual crime scene, and how far, you said one was, 100 meters, one was 400 meters? In terms of the geography of that location, can you go off of Pembroke Road north?
No, ma'am.
What types of brush, environmental trees, describe all that for the ladies and gentlemen.
It's a
Excuse me, do we have a time frame when he's doing that? I don't know if it's this year or.
Stay.
Detective Murray, with regards to when you went there in 2018, describing the education for the late summer.
We were processing the crime scene in 2018. It was November 21st. It's a thick, heavy brush, marsh. Like it's actually deemed a wetlands area, believe it or not. So there's not a lot that can be done, built out there because of the way it's zoned. It's a preservation area. So it's very thick, very heavy. You're not moving to that area.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the trajectory rods that were placed in the vehicle. In terms of your investigation, was there one rod in particular that was important?
Objection beyond his expertise. Hasn't been followed.
Thank you, sustain.
Detective Murray, with regards to rod K, what was that? Why was that important in your investigation?
I sustain the objection.
Different question.
The objection again, I sustain the objection. Statement.
Detective Murray, were you present when the trajectory rods were placed into the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. And they were placed several dates. So I would ask.
You made your objection, all right? Objection understood. Overruled. Proceed.
So, Detective Murray, I'm going to start on the first date that trajectory rods were put in that vehicle on October 26th, 2018. Were you present at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk about the then on November 28th of 2018, when the present trajectory rods were placed again.
Yes, ma'am.
Going forward until 2021, when Detective Christopher Williams put trajectory rods in that vehicle. Were you present at that time?
No.
When the vehicle was looked at again in February of 2023, February 14th, I think. Were you present at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the information on the trajectory rods, was that something that you took into account in your investigation?
Yes, the rod kid was.
Objection to further.
Sustain. That's why you took it into account.
Okay.
That's the end.
And so, for purposes of based on the jury, where was Rod K?
Rod K was extended from the outside of the right rear passenger side door, and it was protruded to the inside of the vehicle, all the way through the vehicle, through the left rear passenger area where someone would be sitting, and the end point was the interior door frame. The only way that you could have a hit if that door frame is open.
So, I want to go forward now, and so at this point in November 21st of 2018, did you have any information that led back to the house at 18541? That anyone had gone back to that house that was involved in that murder?
Objection calls for his.
Would you for the matter?
Overruled.
We had no information at that point that we had any nexus between the house and the crime itself.
At November of 2018, did you know where Frito Bang or Frederick Gibbons was living?
We know that.
Have you been able to identify Frederick Gibbons as an individual that might have information in this case?
The name came up early on in the investigation, but could not locate where he was at or where he was living.
And so to go back to, state 63, the CDRs from T-Mobile. Approximately, again, what date did you receive the T-Mobile record?
It was around November 9th.
Okay. So, on the CDRs, first, when you get the CDRs, is there an explanation page that is given on each one?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this tell you about the records?
It explains all the columns that's on the CDR. The date explains what UTC is, how to, extrapolate it back to the actual proper time. The duration, that's how long the call is. It's always done exactly. It's call type. Is it a call, call forwarding, incoming, outgoing, MMS, there's a multimedia, an SMS, text message, just the different formats, mobile origination, mobile terminating. That's sometimes the calls received on one tower, switch off to another tower, and that's the mobile terminating.
Does it indicate whether or not a phone call is sent to voicemail?
Yes.
And how does that show up in these call detail records?
You'll see it says call forwarding, then you also see the standard T-Mobile phone voicemail number, which is always relatively very standard, 805-637-7243.
Okay. And so that is explained in the document that's included with the records.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you create this document?
No, ma'am.
Who does?
T-Mobile.
So going to the call detail records here that's already been entered into evidence in state 63, which phone number are we looking at on this particular one?
772-713-9807.
Can you explain what the IMSI and IMEI are?
The MCMISI is International Mobile Subscriber Identification. That's just the count number for the subscriber on the network. Then the IMEI is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That's the number that actually communicates with on the network with the tower and the phone and everything else. Actually, a more important number than the actual phone number.
Okay. Is the actual phone number reflected in these records as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you be able to tell, other than at the top, whether it's an incoming or outgoing phone call to that phone number?
It'd be in the call message direction.
On these CDRs, you mentioned UTC time, so I'm going to have to ask you to do math again, I apologize. What UTC time corresponds to 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 26th of 2018?
On this one, we would be subtracting 4 hours off. So you have line 19 highlighted. That would be 9:48:15 UTC time, which would be Eastern Standard Time would be 5:48:15.
Okay. So what is 6:46 UTC?
6:46 would be 1:46 a.m.
In terms of the phone calls and anything, I'm sorry, 6:46 would be what time?
6:46 would be, 2:46 a.m.
Okay. And then 8:40 UTC on October 26, 2018. What time would that be on 10/26/2018 Eastern Time? Or local time?
3:40 a.m.
Okay,
The 5:48.
so 8:40, you subtract 4?
Yes, ma'am. It would be 4:48.
4:48. Okay. So at 4:40 a.m., the 772-713 phone number is calling what phone number?
954-376-9158.
And in terms of, does that phone number come up again later on during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
So, so what's been previously marked is quadruple V and quadruple W.
We approach.
Yes, sir. Just whatever place you do stuff out, not for me to always explain, you reference it. Bring Jack Erickson.
That's good.
Thank you. Anything else to discuss, Brandon?
After the restaurant, or
Jack. Hey, Joe, thank you. Will be seated, let the record reflect the presence of a defendant to the council of the state attorney, a witness protected for ready to be on stand. Council, you can continue, please.
So, Detective Marty, I was coming to show you what has been previously marked as state quadruple lead and quadruple double. Do you recognize these two exhibits? Please take a moment.
Yes, sir.
And Detective Marty, on those, say off of those numbers, 90.803 subsection 6 of this business record, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm going to go, I will be speaking to you.
No,
David.
comfortable.
Hey, just notice will be noted.
States quadruple B will be marked states 96. And states quadruple W will be marked states 97.
So, case, case.
96 is
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to start with publishing States 96. Detective Moretti, the records that you just reviewed, where are they from on the first one that we are looking at?
This is the Chase Bank records for the operating account of the management team with the bank.
And did you seek a subpoena or legal process to get these particular records?
They were achieved for the subpoena.
So I want to go here. There are a number of accounts in this. So I'm going to start the name of the manager. What was his name?
Jameson Francois,
Did you have an occasion to meet with Mr. Francois?
several times.
Okay. So I'm going to start on this. This is the count ending in 5827 for counsel sublabeled page 1 of the record. Did Mr. Francois list a telephone number on his bank records?
Yes,
And what number is that?
954-376-9158.
Okay, going back to states 63, the phone call at 4:40 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:40 UTC. What phone number is that?
954-376-9158. 276-9158.
And so the first phone number and was published from account ending in 5827. Going now to the account ending in 5835. What was the account number on this for the telephone number?
954-276-9158.
And that's for Mr. Francois.
Yes,
Oh, there are two phone numbers on this particular account. Do you recognize the name Adria Scott?
yes, that's the wife of Mr. Davidson Francois, as well as part of the management team for the defendant.
Going to the account ending in 5850. Mr. Francois put a phone number on that account as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what same phone number?
Same phone number.
Going to the phone number in 5868. Same phone number?
Same phone number.
Continuing ending the account ending in 6173. What phone number is on that one?
954-376-9158.
And the account's in 5173.
954-376-9158.
So in terms of the date and time frame that these records cover, in 2019, when we go now to states, 97 is the SunTrust.
Yes. That's 97.
It's SunTrust. Okay. Detective Moretti, again, with regards to the records from SunTrust, how did you obtain these?
Through a subpoena.
When you got the SunTrust records, did it have identifying information for Mr. Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a personal mobile number listed on the SunTrust account?
954-376-9158.
And in terms of the dates on these records, what is the date down here at the bottom?
8/29/2018.
Is that before or after the murders of Mr. Thomas and Ms. Williams?
People.
So going back to the phone records, the next phone call that after the 4:40 a.m. is a 9:03 UTC, which if you'd be so kind as to subtract the 4 to give us our actual time.
The 5:03:06 a.m.
Okay. And so on these records, does it indicate a duration of a phone call?
It's a 5-second phone call.
And which column are you looking at for that?
Versus duration.
Is that the second column?
It will be column C if you look at the top of the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you. So going down to the 90316. You mentioned a voicemail number before.
Correct, ma'am.
And so this 805-637-7249, what does that mean according to these records?
It's indicates the call was forwarded to a voicemail service. System.
So when you look at call line 16 and 17 together, what does it tell you what happened with the incoming call from 772-501-6942?
The call came in, and then it was immediately forwarded out to the voicemail service, which is 805-637-7289.
Going to that next phone call, which 9:04 UTC would translate to what time regular Eastern Standard?
The 504-27.
And that incoming call comes from what number?
225-529-5054.
So I want to switch over and state 63 to Sprint records and the subscriber information for 225-529-5054.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the subscriber information for that 225-529-5054 number?
Frederick Gibbs.
And were you able to identify Frederick Gibbons during the course of this investigation by a nickname?
Yes.
And what was that?
Fredo Banks.
Excuse me, do we have a time frame for that?
Sure. And Detective Moretti, at what point did you learn that Frederick Gibbons also went by the name of Fredo Bang?
Relatively within the first couple days of the investigation.
Did you know where Fredo Bang lived anytime during the year 2018?
We later learned, months later into the investigation, it was the house. But at the time of the, in October, November, no.
So the data that we looked through yesterday on the cell phone record, it showed the location of Mr. Bang's house versus where these phones thought they were. And that is States 92. Detective Moretti, just based on the cell phone information that you had that put the phone somewhere along Southwest 192nd Avenue, could you write a search warrant for every single house on that block?
No, man, absolutely not.
When you're writing a search warrant for a specific house or dwelling, how narrowly tailored do you have to be?
Extremely specific. The more intrusive the warrant gets, the more restricted it becomes. And for us to go into a house, a residence, with a crime of this nature, it's going to be extremely very detailed. We have to establish a nexus. We have to know for sure. We have to have corroborating statements, sworn statements. We arbitrarily just can't assume and write the warrant.
Okay. So I want to go now to the phone call that's highlighted here, 10/26/2018, 10/23/49, and the 10/26/2018, 10/24/21.
Yes.
You mentioned the voicemail number. Is that another example of a phone call being forwarded to voicemail?
Yes.
The phone numbers for Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, are they shown anywhere in any of these as a cold number?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen here what the time frame is on these records that you were requesting?
Basically, we have to keep them very specific. We can't just do it a blanket warrant and just ask for a month of time. This is specific to the homicide from around 1 a.m. until 6 a.m.
And is that reflected at the top of the records there?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the subscriber records, again, going back to the subscriber records for the 772-713-9807 phone number. Is there an additional contact number listed with that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that additional contact for the billing account listed as?
Jamie King,
And what phone number is listed for Jamie Kane under the billing contact?
772-501-6942.
To go back to the records here. So you said 772.
501-6942.
So that was again line 16 and 17 that you referred that said went to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that same phone number shows up on line 20 and 21 to voicemail.
Yes.
So I'm going to go to November 30th, 2018. Did you go to Cocoa Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go to Cocoa Beach without saying what was it?
I went there to meet an individual witness in this case who was concerned for the safety of one of the children.
Without saying what he said or what they said, what was the demeanor of this witness?
She was very fearful for one of her children's safety.
And so who was this witness that you met with on November 30th, 2018?
Felicia Holmes.
When you went and met with Ms. Holmes, did she show you any statements coming from the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Mr. J,
There's say, well,
stay.
Karen, read the statement. Met with Ms. Holmes. Where did you meet with her?
It was in the parking lot of a McDonald's near her house in Cocoa Beach.
And approximately what time did you drive up there at?
It was I believe it was Saturday evening, probably around 7 o'clock at night. We got up there like around 8 or 9.
In terms of when you met with her, how was her demeanor?
Judge calls for a conclusion prior to this witness.
Overruled.
Fearful for her, for one of her children's safety.
Stand up, Judge.
They, overruled.
So after that was on, you said November 30th,
Yes.
I want to go forward to December 4th of 2000, so the 4th of December 5th, please correct me if I'm wrong, of 2018. Were you made aware of a documentary that was published by the defendant?
December 4th, yes, ma'am.
And this documentary, what platform was it on?
YouTube.
Was that publicly accessible?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review that documentary?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information in that documentary at the very end was important to your investigation?
It was just that last couple seconds of the 22-minute video in which words pop up on the screen saying that
Objection.
Stay.
In terms of that documentary, is that still publicly available on YouTube today?
as far as I heard.
Did you go ahead and preserve a copy of that documentary?
When I first saw it, yes.
In terms of, have you been, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state quadruple X that's been previously shown to defense counsel. Detective Running, do you recognize state's quadruple X?
Yes, but some drive of my initials and you guys never know.
How do you recognize that?
It's the what was provided to you.
Is that an edited or condensed version of that documentary?
I'm not sure if that's the edited or the full version.
Do you want to check it again to verify which version it is?
Yes, please.
Okay. and this one
You can just tell by the 1 minute, 45, 46 seconds that this is the edited one.
And does this documentary fairly accurately, these clips show who was pictured in this documentary and the image?
Yes,
Was this put out and released by the defendant?
yes.
At this time, the state is requesting those states to revoke this. And the next number is
Sure.
that the defendant's record label published this video.
Yes,
At this time, around the state, we offer state report X as a date 98.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you, it'll be admitted.
States quadruple X will be marked states amended.
One permission to publish now?
You may.
So Detective Murray, after you saw this video, I want to segue now into some of the other online investigations and other people that you looked at. Did you solely focus your homicide investigation on this defendant?
no,
So let's talk a little bit about an individual by the name of Robert Colvin. Who was Robert Colvin?
Mr. Colburn was a young 15-year-old kid. He posted something stupid on social media.
Objection to the word stupid. He doesn't know what it is. I'm sorry.
One or two words. Go speak.
Objection hearsay.
Thank you, sustained.
So in terms of the post on social media by Mr. Colvin, did you view it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a specific Instagram handle or name that he was using?
Yes.
And what was that?
Could I burn my notes?
If you need to, refresh your recollection, please do.
Okay.
Oh, so what was the Instagram name of Mr. Colburn at that time?
It was Brackwoods. BRACKWOODZ.
And at some point, did you speak with Mr. Colburn?
Yes.
And in terms of when you interviewed him, how long after the homicide was that?
It was a day or two after the homicide that, I think it was actually that day, that evening, he made an inappropriate comment online.
Objection.
Okay. And when you
Let's see
say,
if she made a comment on what, sustained.
so without going into what was said on that, did you find or locate any location data that placed Mr. Colburn in your on October 26, 2018?
No.
Did you find any casings that matched the homicide scene in Mr. Colburn's vehicle?
No.
Did you find anything else other than the online posting, which we can't get into the content of, that Mr. Colburn did that would show he was involved in this homicide?
Absolutely.
Oh. What about an individual by the name of Montrell Roll? Did that name come up during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And with regards to Mr. Roll, did you make contact with him?
He made contact with his sister.
And from April of 2018 to the present, where does Mr. Roll reside?
Indian River County Jail.
And in terms of October 26th of 2018, where was Mr. Roll residing?
Indian River County Jail.
Ever been out on bond, to your knowledge?
Nope.
So, did you find any location information of Mr. Roll at the scene of the crime?
No.
Were you able to verify his alibi?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Crucial Almighty, an individual on Twitter. Was that a name that you looked into?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was Crucial Almighty?
He was a gentleman from Fort Pierce, David Hedgepeth. He, shortly after the homicide, he placed pictures online, made references. So we eventually interviewed him. And our assumption of him was correct. He was trying.
Objection.
That's not speculating on the So, Detective Murray, with regards to Mr. Almighty, did you review some online songs and postings that he made back in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of, because we can't get into the content of that, did you follow up as to where Mr. Hedgepeth was on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do to follow up on that?
We subpoenaed work records.
And where was he working?
He was working on as
Objection.
hearsay.
Stay.
Anything like
Sure.
So going forward to, with regards to Mr. Hedgepeth, did you write a warrant to obtain information and contents from his Twitter?
Yes.
Just for Mr. Hedgepeth?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the information from Mr. Hedgepeth's Twitter, did any location data place him in your on October 26, 2018?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Hedgepeth post any photos of the Jeep with bullet holes?
He did post a picture of the Jeep, which was online at that time.
Okay. And in terms of the picture that he posted, was it from the Miramar Police Department?
I have to see the picture.
Of the going back to the warrants, and we'll come back to Mr. Hedgepeth and Twitter as well, and I'll move a couple things around the computer to show you. So we talked about Anthony Williams and reviewing his phone. So you did the same with his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I failed to ask you what percentage of photos and videos on Mr. Thomas's phone depicted Christopher Thomas.
It was about the same, 75, 80%.
And in terms of the cell phone number that was assigned to each of the two individuals who were deceased in this case, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas,
Yes.
do you know those numbers by heart at this point?
No, I have to refer that.
Okay. So I'm first going to ask for Anthony Williams. What was Mr. Williams' phone number on October 26, 2010?
No, I know Ms. Williams was the 954 number. It was 954-371-7895.
Okay, and that was, hold on,
I'm sorry, that was previous Withers.
David Smithers? Okay.
Yes.
So in terms of Mr. Williams' phone,
954-248-9081.
and then Mr. Thomas's phone from the Sprint records, do you recall his phone number?
His was the 772-713-2341.
So on Mr. Thomas's phone, did you do a similar extraction that we've already discussed about with the Mr. Williams phone?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the dates and times of use of that cell phone, were you able to determine the last outgoing communication from Mr. Thomas's phone?
It was around 3 a.m. on 10/26/2018.
And do you know what the contents of that conversation was?
He was, Mr. Thomas was texting his girlfriend, asking her where he was at, where she was at.
In terms of the phones of Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas, was there any other outgoing communication other than what we talked about after 3 a.m.?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Thomas or Mr. Williams had been buying marijuana that day?
Yes, they all were communicating about the purchasing. They purchased earlier in the day, then later on that day as well, before going to the studio, they purchased again.
Are you aware that of the previously admitted into evidence as state 39?
Yes,
And what is that substance?
it is marijuana.
Is this the marijuana that was recovered from that car, a Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk about, and can you explain to ladies and military what is a geofence warrant?
The geofence warrant is a technology that we use in criminal investigations. This technology has been around for a while. And basically, a geofence warrant is where we establish a virtual perimeter around a known location. This technology is not new. It was heavily used recently in the January 6th riots. That's how we can identify individuals.
So you explain when you're doing a geofence warrant, you said you're creating a
Virtual fence
virtual fence.
around a known location.
Okay. So I'm going to put and publish for what's been introduced as State 93. And if you could, for the purposes of the record, what does State 93 show?
This is just the map layout, the Google Maps of the area where the crime took place.
Okay. Did you do a geofence warrant for this location?
Yes.
And could you explain and show by drawing a approximate box of the geofence location that you did?
Yes. And you can get a radius. It's very similar to that.
And so when you said you did a radius, how do you identify this location or circumference diameter to Google?
Well, based upon the crime scene that we do, I drew a radius around that perimeter, not too large. So I want to be careful not to, have US 27 interfere. So I just focused on the area around the crime scene, and the size of the radius is actually in the warrant.
And in terms of the activity that's going to show up on a geofence warrant, a regular Apple cell phone, is that going to show up on that?
Technically, yes, they can. If an Apple device is using a Google, an Android type app, which is Gmail, Google, search engine, then yes, you could potentially be identified in there. We will mostly identify Android devices.
In terms of you said mentioning Google, does that include Google Maps?
Yes.
Does the device have to be actively using a Google or Android-based, a Google-based application for an iPhone to show up there?
No.
Oh. Does the Apple iPhone have to access either Gmail or something in the background for it to show up in the geofence warrant?
Yes, but you also have to have your location data on as well.
What does that mean?
When you set up your Gmail account, it's going to ask you, do you want to save, store location data? Most people turn it off because they don't want to be sharing their location with Google.
And in terms of the Google accounts that once were done on this case, that previously been discussed, the YNW Melly at gmail.com. Did you do a search warrant on that particular email address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the status of the location services for that?
It was turned off.
If an individual has an Android phone, what's going to show up on a geofence panel?
It will show up on the geofence one.
When you did the geofence warrant in this case, did any other devices show up at this location?
No devices showed up at the location.
So going forward now, I'm going to talk about January 17th, 2019. Did you have an opportunity to meet with one of the individuals involved in this case?
Yes,
And who was that?
Jacoby Mills.
And where did you speak with Mr. Mills?
He needed her county jail.
When you spoke with Mr. Mills, or I'm sorry, about pointing to what he was talking about, did you then, after speaking with him, did you then have probable cause to write a search warrant for various reasons?
Stay.
After you, did you write a search warrant for a residence after speaking with Mr. Mills?
Yes,
And what residence was that?
Janice and Francois.
Why didn't you write one for a YNW Melly house from October 19th?
We had no nexus between the crime itself and the house. There was no evidence that they moved back to that house. And then within a month or so after the incident, they had already been moved out.
And it was Mr. Demons living in that house in January 2018?
You know that.
So why didn't you write a warrant at that point for the house for Mr. Frito Bang at 3220 Old Chestnut?
We did not confirm that address until we had, seized the phone used by the defendant. Is when the first time we actually checked it.
And so,
What's the suggestion?
And we approach.
Sure.
phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So go forward a little bit while we're on that subject and then we with that phone number. I want to show you what defense counsel has previously been used. It will state quadruple Y. Did you have an occasion on any pursuant to prior agreement, counsel? Yes. State when you state quadruple Y into evidence?
Any objections?
No.
It'll be admitted.
It's quadruple wire, what we want to do.
Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
Hello, this is a missed call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. To pay for this call using your credit or debit card, please press 1. To decline this call, This call will cost $2.05 for first minute and 30 cents for each additional minute. For any applicable federal, state, and local taxes, plus a one-time transaction fee of $3. You will only be charged the per minute rate for the amount of time you are on the phone. If you do not want to connect this call, but would like to fund an account to pay for future calls, please hang up and dial 800-844-6591. While the person you are calling is entering information to pay for this call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello?
Hey, Mom.
Hey, baby. Why you just call my phone where I got my credit card? Seriously. You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone.
It's money on my phone.
No, you out of money. It said that this account was this. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, oh, they tell you to, oh, yeah, it's on my credit card, it's flip.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. What is your 7-Eleven? There's 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, baby?
Yeah, I'm driving, my credit card, I'm gonna give you my credit card right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get track back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone when I'm supposed to.
And we gonna be working and all that.
Yeah, oh, he just said he love you, keep your head up, and everything. And then, yeah, Peasy. Where's been texting your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but you got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way
Yeah,
or...
but I'm asking for a call just home.
Who is that? Hold on. You got your number?
He did it, son. Yeah, it's in my phone. Just home.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, the bridge went up. Okay, put in the GPS to 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, so I go under contact, I go under Justin.
Yeah.
What's the number? It said I need facial recognition.
762556.
7. Oh God, I'm trying to drive, trying to do this. Hold on. 7625556.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Cause I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned traffic. What nickname goes with what people name?
James is Francois.
That was on, I'm sorry again, what date?
2/20/2019,
Okay. In 1902. If you convert
7:02 p.m.
So I want to go and ask on the 28th day of February 2019, do you meet with James and Francois?
28th of February, what day was it?
February 28th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you meet with James and Francois?
yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with them?
State Attorney's Office,
And where is that located?
201 Southeast 5th Street.
Is that the same building we're in today?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with Mr. Francois, he gave a phone of this person.
Yes,
Did you see that cell phone?
yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's political lead. Detective, do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting, it's my packaging of the cell phone that we seized that day.
Is that the same or substantially same conditions when you seized it from the person of Jameson Francois on February 28th of 2018?
Yes,
Here at this time, the state is requesting a state quadruple D in a state language.
Objection.
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple D, not states.
So Detective Writing, once this phone was seized, what did you do?
it was, immediately put it into airplane mode so it could not be remote flight. Then it was transported back to the station and it was turned over to Detective Zeller who did the digital forensic examination.
And
Top right.
he said it prevents digital or remote writing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Apple, I think, more specifically with Apple devices, you can just log into your iPod account and wipe your iPod account remotely. If it's in airplane, if it's in on regular service, it can be wiped even now with Bluetooth, you can wipe it.
So in terms of, once you had that phone, you got the extraction data that's provided and testified by Detective State 64. Did you review the items that were in that phone?
Yes, sir.
In terms of the photographs in that phone, did you go through all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm showing you some duties that shown to Defense Counsel states quadruple G. Detective, in terms of, did you look through all of the photos?
Yes,
Were in the
ma'am.
phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a representative sample of approximately 500 and some photos from the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple G and as states 101 have been previously published to the jury from state 64.
Objection. They're admitted. What's the number covered?
States quadruple G, not states 10.
So once you get the Celebrate extraction, is there anything you can do to verify the data on the Celebrate extraction?
It's called a manual scroll that they teach in the Celebrate course. And you basically just, scroll through the phone
Okay.
and verify some of the text messages or call logs to what's in the phone, to what's in the actual report.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the phone that is before you there, what phone number is associated with it? State number.
It's 772-713-9807.
And in terms of what passcode was used to unlock that phone?
It's 762-556.
And is that the same passcode that you listened and learned from that jail recording you just heard?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone was taken from the possession of Jameson Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got the phone, you said that there was an extraction done.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain the difference between an extraction and a report of that data?
The extraction is what the Cellbrite program reads from the phone. It takes the data, puts it into a format that's readable by the UFED. Then from once we're in the UFED program, the UFED app, then we can start generating reports from there. If I wanted specific, I just wanted to extract all the text messages, or if I wanted to extract specific text messages, I can generate the reports without compromising the integrity of the download.
In terms of, in this case, did you generate multiple cell phone reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to go through some of the videos from the phone. So, so previously shown to defense counsel as states in the couple A. So showing you what's been marked as states in couple A.
Yes.
Initials on that?
Initials and passion.
Into those, so we can double check the USBs. To the 22 files accurately represent a sample of the videos that were found on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through all 1,002 videos that were on that phone? Speak up just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. Most certainly.
Okay. And in terms of, do these videos fairly or accurately represent phone data and phone videos from that 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request for the state to use couple A in as state 100 and
We approach.
Yes. Case once more, any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in front of the attorney. Thank you.
You can't give me that one line deleted to something that I think is funny. No one else does. Look at the text, he thinks I'm nuts.
But I was on before the time.
Ready to take a vote later.
The vote. But
Your Honor, for scheduling, like state policy video, perhaps to the break for lunch, you can hear them struggling. Let's go restock on calls.
Got the, idea from Mr. Hales, he wanted to go break before he sort of picked it, so I'd like to get through those. We'll see what everybody says. You're outside, and probably asked me if it was all right. You got public these pictures and then, lunch recess.
For about 4 more hours.
We're gonna publish the pictures again
No, not pictures in.
of the video. Okay.
All right? How long is it gonna take about?
That's
All right, I thought it was going on for a while.
If I knew that, I would have waited. I apologize.
No problem. All right, thank you. You all set, ready to go?
yes, John.
All right, let's go, jury.
Yeah, I don't want to back.
You got it back. I would have smacked that. I would have.
Jury entry? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Counsel is ready. You may proceed.
Thank you, Anna. State witness couple A was admitted at state 103. Three. One. Six. Seven. Eight. Video 8, Detective Ray, if you'd be so kind just to read the print down at the bottom of this Western Union.
It says, Jamell Demands, 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida, 32962, USA. Phone number 772-713-9807.
What was the date of this?
Date is October 2nd, 2018.
That was video 9, video 10. Detective Marty, in video 10, do you recognize the other individual?
It appeared to be Chris Times.
Pause it on the spot.
Henry.
Video number 11.
Stop.
Video 12. Detective Marty, can you see a reflection in this video of the cell phone?
Yes, it's in the glasses on the right lens.
Video 13. Video 14.
You know, I just got pulled over. To everybody at the street, you know, I just got pulled over. Yeah. So, I'm sorry if I don't make it, but I still make it. I'm straight today. No, Mom. You can see that far, no, Mom.
Who is that second individual in this video?
The co-defendant, according to Portland Henry.
Reason well, reason you know the niggas you know, reason you got that deal you got, because of me. The reason you are who you are, because of me, poison. And if you use me like the rest of them pussy ass niggas did, you get the same consequence.
The Instagram or the social media name YNW Fact Chaser 1. Who is that YNW Fact Chaser 1 account belong to?
Your favorite.
Video 21 again. Who is that?
That looks like Richard Gibbons, sometimes played away.
And the last
Yeah, man, y'all know what time it is. My birthday, that motherfucking YNW going to win this shit for life, nigga. Stop saying. Oh, yeah, nigga, 7 times, yeah. Oh, God, nigga. Y'all stop saying. Nigga, we got Russ on it, nigga. Stop saying. Okay, then, with the 100K, nigga. Okay, then. Try to drop the YNW on the stage. Stop it, nigga.
Okay, so Detective Moretti, in terms of the phone of the defendant, you have that there in front of you?
Gotcha.
Sorry, my apology. The 772-713-8007 phone that was identified in the jail call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And whose jail call was that again?
Jamell.
So, yeah.
Demons.
Provide the one. In terms of, you indicated that this phone has a passcode on it.
Yes, sir.
When you turned this phone on, did the passcode that was on that jail call unlock that phone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And so, in terms of the passcode, if you would be so kind again?
762-556.
In terms of this phone, it's remained in airplane mode. What does that mean?
It prevents it from being remotely wiped.
And what year does this phone think it is still?
It still thinks it's in 2018, actually 2019 when we seized it.
In terms of, you talked about the manual scroll.
Yes.
Is that something that you can do to verify, to celebrate that?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to pull up the various videos that we just watched on the same cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And so the airplane mode that's indicated by the, at the top of the little airplane?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you just look through the phone like, pull it
It's,
up?
the first you want to establish a, evidentiary, you want to follow evidentiary protocols. So by us taking the data, downloading it, it also authenticates, the program itself, Celebrate, authenticates everything in a phone. It creates a hash for the download. The hash is a way to authenticate the download. Every single picture in that phone there's a hash that's created with it. So we have to authenticate each and every picture we can. The actual threads of communication within the database also creates a hash to verify the messaging. This is the one good thing about Celebrate, it's not a good thing, but the most important thing is that by creating that hash, that means that we cannot change that data. If we change anything in that phone, then that means that hash will change, and it shows that the phone itself was molested with or handled improperly.
Does turning the phone on and off change the hash value?
No, ma'am.
In terms of if you put additional data or photos on it, would that change that?
Yes.
If information was deleted after it was in that particular Celebrate extraction was done, would that change that?
Yes, we have to be very careful with the phone. But anything we do, then it's also produced in the timeline, in which we cannot delete, change, or anything. The timeline is there, and so we have to be very careful what apps we go into, how we view the phone.
Okay. So you're going to be on logical break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. We'll discuss the case on Form 82, about the case and allow anyone to discuss the case in presence within the research. See everybody back about
115, all right? Have a nice one. Thank you.
We going to get it. Simple. So probably one store. Correct. But if I'm doing stores, I'll have a little. I just want something similar to what you have, but a much smaller scale.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Huh?
That's a big grill.
What?
The grill I showed you all that meat on it?
That's huge. That's way too big.
Yeah.
That's way too big. I just want something
Right.
like a barrel.
I'm gonna send you pictures of that, but I'm talking about the one, how I won that one in competition. I won it from the grill I'm gonna show you later. It's just a barrel grill. The bottom is burnt.
If I could get somebody that can fabricate and grill a 55-gallon drum, that's what I'm talking about. That size.
I know a guy named David.
He does stuff like that.
He does stuff like that.
Where you can charge 500-600. One.
I think 2 years ago it was at 5, and I haven't heard the price increase yet.
If you oven and tiny room, I was gonna offer up all the time for that shit. You know what?
No, you're not getting it, right?
Nobody.
They're too easy to fabricate.
Yeah.
We can refurbish them and do all kinds.
Right, and that's why, like, if I could find an old one that needs to be refurbished, I wouldn't mind doing that either. You know, an old one that just somebody just doesn't have the time to.
See, that's the thing. If I was going to Fort White, I could get a barrel. If that's what they store. The barrel in the oak wood. Take the barrel, take your wood, you get a bunch of goodness. If you want to cut it open and make a grill out of it, you can do that. But I'm not going that street. Fort White is where I get the barrel.
What way?
Lake City.
What?
Mm-hmm. That's near the farm.
Wow.
No, I'm just telling you. Now, if I run across one,
You see something in your wheelhouse, let me know, and I'll see that. Oh my God, bro.
yeah, that's addictive.
And the thing is, it's not bad. It's good food.
Yeah.
And it's not even bad for you. You're growing it. It's like meat. So, I can do this. I have so much fun with it. I love doing it too, man.
Okay.
I love doing it. I love feeding people.
Yeah,
I
that's
love making people happy by feeding.
and that's where it starts, right there, right here.
Like Thanksgiving's always at my house. I cook everything.
Okay.
Like, what
You
can I
saw the
bring?
turkey
Like,
and sausage?
yeah.
I cook that at the chick.
Checking him already out there?
Sorry?
Checking him already out there?
I'll check, Judge.
Thank you. Can you put him on the stand? Please.
I can't forget that.
Go to pull already, I think, you went out there.
I think he went over.
There he is.
Okay.
You also have ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's good.
Yes.
I bring the jury.
Jerry, I was sitting way before. I know I got a big fat head. I sat down and she was leaving. I was like, yeah.
Look down here, those roses.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the equivalence of the defendant, the defendants, and the counsel, the state attorney, the judge, on the jury, the witness remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice lunch. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Detective Reddy. Ms. Bradley, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so Detective, we left off talking about that 772-713-9807 phone number identified in that cell call on that phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you look at the location data from that phone?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as state couple B for identification purposes. Detective Correnian, showing you what's been marked as states couple B for identification purposes only. Are you coming to court today to give an opportunity to review that spreadsheet?
Yes, sir.
Does that spreadsheet fairly accurately depict the location data that is on state 64, the phone extraction of the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through and verify the various data points that are in there that are pertinent to this case?
Yes, sir.
Here at this time, state requests to remove in states in couple B as states under the code.
Any objection?
May I ask one question?
Sure.
Did you prepare that report yourself?
Yes, I generated it from the Celebrate.
You generated it.
Yes.
In other words, you hit a button.
Yeah, he has to do evidence on this issue, so go ahead, you can proceed.
You hit a button, and Cellbrite did this, created this report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You know the engineering of that?
Yes, sir.
Objection predicate.
Thank you. Much concern about that.
Detective Moretti, in terms of the location data on this phone, This printout covers from the recovery from 2/19 of 2019. It goes back to dates in 2017. I want to draw your attention specifically to the dates of October 25th, 26th, and 27th of 2018. Did you review those specific dates in terms of the information and the location data?
Yes.
So I'm going to switch to the digital version of this because it's a lot easier than the paper copy. I want to start with the pin on 10/26, 4:42 a.m. that is sent on this one. And this is labeled as number 961 on the report here. Detective Murray, did you specifically look up where 4:42 a.m., where the latitude and longitude listed here, I'm just going to highlight them on this, were located?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you plot those on a map?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as states in couple C. For identification purposes only. Do you recognize states in couple C?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's a map of the area to where the GPS coordinates are located.
That's the latitude of 25.987173 and longitude of negative 80.388035. Fairly and accurately depict the same latitude and longitude at 4:42 a.m. on line 963 of the chart, which is what it does at 916.
Yes.
Here and at this time, the state would request to move in states and couple C into evidence and public food right.
Same of Chair.
Thank you. Discussion was open, will be moved.
States in couple C will be marked states 103.
Detective writing, is it rocket science? How do you plot these?
We don't, ma'am. It's cut a paste and put it in Google Maps.
So, what has now been admitted to evidence as state 104 is at the top is the cutout of that exact same line 963.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could please indicate where and show the link imagery where the red indicator pin is showing where that particular drop pin or current location was sent. So refer back. Is this drop pin a messages that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing from state 71. Again on page 20. The message 10/26/2018, 4:42:49.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where that location that we just looked at came from?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the phone number that's associated with the two individuals in the chat in states 71 are which two phone numbers?
The 9807 and the 5054.
And 5054, that was the one you previously testified as Frederick Gibbons?
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to the location data. Can you explain what is a BSSID?
A BSSID is an entry point to a Wi-Fi network.
And so if you see a BSSID, is there a particular location that's associated with that, like a latitude and longitude in this?
There's not a latitude longitude, it's just it's the Wi-Fi network. It's the name of the network, Wi-Fi network that was being utilized by the phone.
At 8:47:12 a.m., line it's labeled 959 in the printout version, 961 in the actual spreadsheet. What BSSID name did the 9807 phone number connect to?
The name instead was Radio Bank.
Okay. I want to go up now to the line that's labeled 954. On October 27th, 2018 at 3:02 a.m., what BSSID did the phone from 9807 connect to?
YNW Castle.
Does the YNW Castle BSSID come up anywhere else in some of these other phones?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the extraction for Mr. Williams' phone, was there information that we connected to that Wi-Fi?
The network, yes, ma'am.
And so do you remember on what date that he had connected? And if you do not, let me know what was refresh your recollection.
The extraction report was refreshed.
Showing page 373 of the timeline for Anthony Williams' phone for council.
The 10/23/2018 at 4:37 p.m. It's been YNW Castle.
Were you able to determine where the YNW Castle Wi-Fi was?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
It will be addressed to where the defendant and co-defendant within that time.
So I want to go forward on later on the day of the 26th. There is another, and it's number 957 on the printout, 959 in the spreadsheet at 6:41 p.m. If you could read the latitude and longitude that are highlighted, please.
28.0636.636.32, negative 80.600.243.
And so when you said you would just put them in Google and plot them?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of this particular location, where is this showing at?
1301 East University Boulevard, Melbourne, Florida.
And what is the next closest cross street to the west?
To the west, Monroe Street.
So Detective Moretti, during the course of your investigation, were you able to view other open source social media postings and things from that evening on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you viewed?
It was a video that was obtained through open source. Videos of the defendant along with the co-defendant up in Melbourne, Florida, at just some type of video shoot or something like that. And we were able to identify the different coordinates of the location.
And so it's previously shown to the defense counsel and marked the state's encoupled D for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's the list that we produced for this case. Was a video that Tiffany Slade posted on Facebook Live of the defendant at that location.
And does that video and that just fairly and accurately represent the video that was posted on Facebook Live on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
At this time, the state would request a state quintuple D in as states 185.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States quintuple B will be states impact.
And I'm going to publish a short portion of this.
It's a video. What's that? Melly is motherfucking building, bro. And motherfucking yeah, motherfucking Lizzie. Murder video shoot. Melly is here. I've been working his motherfucking dog. Somebody's dog dead and gone. Melly lost his dog. I just came and walked out the pump. My dog gone, rest in peace to my dog. Security guard right on his ass, ain't nobody gonna fuck Are you reporting Hey, yeah. But no, still turn. So what happened? You already know. Now, movie baby. What's happening? What's happening? You already know it's a video shoot. Not good at talking. There you go. We got part 4. Oh, that's that. Oh, I'm right. So they can, you know, everybody. No, I. You're up in the sky. Oh, fucking what's called? No.
The individual over on the left in the light denim jacket, were you able to identify that as Portland Henry?
Yes.
Do you see the individual known to you as Jameson Francois that's been present in the video as well?
I don't see him in this screenshot here.
Okay. Have you seen him previously while watching this video
Yes.
at other times? Okay. So at that point, I'll conclude publishing at 3:22. So, I'm showing what's been previously entered in as 814. Was this jacket in your evidence at the time that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
This is not the same jacket that's pictured on that video.
No, ma'am.
No. So when you're going through these phone records, is everybody saved their full legal name? Okay. When you're looking through the phone number for the extraction for Mr. Thomas, that 772-713-2341 number that you described, what number is the 9807 number saved as? How is that saved in that phone?
With 9807, I believe, he's listed as Julie.
And is there, if you're not sure at any point, please don't ask if you need to refer or put recollection, please let me know.
Just repeat your question again.
The 772-713-9807 number. How is that saved in Chris Thomas's phone?
Chris Thomas's phone. I'm not sure, man. I have to refresh my memory.
Okay. We're looking at, is there anything of a couple pressure?
Yes. No. The text messages, the reports.
So showing you,
I'm sorry. Chris Thomas in 9807 is Slim.
so, okay. And in the Anthony Williams phone, the 954-240-9081, how does Chris Thomas have him saved?
Chris Thomas has,
If you need to refresh your recollection, I know it's a lot of details.
Chris Thomas has William saved as Smurf.
Well, okay, going to the 9807 phone number. How does the 9807 phone number have Chris Thomas saved in it?
Chris is saved as Slim.
Okay, and that's in the 9807 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to the 772-713-9807 number, how is the Anthony Williams, the 954-248-9081?
It's saved as Twin.
When you go to Anthony Williams' phone extraction and make the contacts for that, how is the 772-713-9807 phone number saved?
It's saved as Twin.
When you look in the Anthony Williams 954-248-9081, how is Christopher Thomas the Dewey saved as?
He has been saved as Spoon.
And when you're looking in Celebrate, does Celebrate translate all the emojis?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
And when you're the Celebrate extractions for the phone number of 772-713-9807, what name does that phone assign to the owner?
The phone doesn't assign the name. The person assigns the name.
Okay. And so where does the young Zach Chaser Howard name come from?
That comes from the Apple ID.
And where is that Apple ID on the Facebook account for that young Zach Chaser Howard? For that 772-713-9807 number?
On the Facebook account, it's one of the vanity names as well.
And what's the other vanity name for the young Zach Chaser Howard Facebook account?
I have to repeat the question.
So we're looking at that Facebook page help and
Yes, ma'am.
your question. Detective Melly, I realized before lunch I forgot to publish one video from States 101. So I'll do that one and do that.
It's very funny. My name is Melly, and I'm going to turn myself in, but I never saw these because these are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet, and I don't want them to see me.
So Detective Melly, the video that you just watched on that, was that the last image or video that was taken on the 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown you the Young Sachet Howard, defense counsel, the Young Sachet Howard Facebook account.
It's the vanity, the actual account name is Melly.Brady.
So that we're clear, the Young Stack Chaser Howard Facebook contact and the 772-713-9807 phone is to the Melly.Brady account.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection,
So-
can we approach? Yes, sir.
States 64, to celebrate extraction of the 772-713-9807 phone number. We were discussing how the phone is named. How does it show up in the celebrate extraction?
Young Stack Chaser Howard.
The Young Stack Chaser Howard, is it spelled the same way as YNW Stack Chaser?
No.
So, how does Celebrate assign a name to a phone number in the extraction we're looking at?
Beyond expertise.
Objection, that's over. He knows he can answer the question.
It does not. That's like I told you before. The Celebrate, it does not add anything. It does not take anything away. It rarely extracts data, puts it into a format that we can read. The name that you see on that phone is manually input.
And so when you say manually inputted, do you mean on the phone itself?
Yes.
So this, and I want to make sure we're very clear on this, the contact name that is on there, on any of these reports that we, did you put those on?
No, ma'am.
Where's that contact name coming from?
It's coming from when you go into the initial general settings under the iCloud section is where it's actually input.
Whatever contact's on the phone.
But it's not in the actual contact setting, it's the actual general settings where it is established.
So on the Young Stack Chaser Howard phone, that 772-713-9807, is there a contact, 772-713-9807, titled Young Stack Chaser Howard? If you need to pull that, let me know.
Yes, please.
What are we looking at right here on page 64?
This is the UFED report that is created by Celebrate, taking the extracted data and put it into a format that we can read and present to the board.
Is that a large data file?
It is very large. Got to have enough brain to run this program, that's for sure.
So as all of this slowly loading. Let me take a moment to show you the work documents previously shown to defense counsel for Mr. Hitchcock. Did you review those work records for David Hitchcock?
Yes, ma'am.
After you reviewed those, did you remain a suspect in the investigation?
No.
We get a date and time that he was
Sure. And what date did you retain those records?
2020.
So looking at the contact. Okay, so looking at the contact that you have on your screen right here. What is the source? Where is this contact coming from in this phone?
The extraction source is the advanced logical extraction.
And where is the advanced logical extraction telling you that the name of the young fact chaser Howard came from?
It's coming from Facebook Messenger.
When you scroll down in the details section, down over to the bottom right of the screen, what is the username associated with young fact chaser Howard?
Melly.crazy.
Continuing on. With regards to the different searches that you did in this case, did you have an occasion to go up to and use canines to help assist in locating items of evidence?
Twice we used K9s in this case.
Okay. What was the first time it came in for you?
The first time was on November 21st on Pembroke Road.
Okay.
That's what we used to find the exact location of the shooting. The K9 found recovered 8 shell cases. And the second time was early February 2019. It was over by Johnson Street and US 27. That became another location of interest for weapons were thrown after the street.
And were you able to recover any weapons or magazines at other locations by Johnson Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you go out and make attempts to locate any items of evidence as you became aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, was there times in which you asked the dive team to go and conduct various investigations?
Yes, we conducted the 9807 cell phone number was showing in the area on the 10/26/2018 near the C9 canal, which is pretty much in between the Dade-Broward border, right along I-75. The cell phone 9807 was in that area. Being that it was so consistent in all the other locations, I could easily link that phone number to other cell phone, to other videos. I was confident that location was, accurate. We spent almost a week diving that, and then late in, I think it was 20 or 21, I can refer to my notes.
Can you refresh your recollection?
There was a dive operation that was conducted at the house behind where Fredo Bang lived, and that was September 21st, 2021. Individual was arrested by Broward Sheriff's Office. Blood gang member was arrested.
So based on information, there was a dive operation.
Yes.
So that one is what that person.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of were any of those dive operations successful?
No.
So continuing on now, once you obtained the cell phone extraction that we're looking at here, did you go through and verify against the information that was in Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas' phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically with regards to Anthony Williams, did you review all of the messages between Mr. Williams and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare?
To the form of the question, and we approach.
Showing you what's been previously marked as a Kentucky and you shown to defense counsel. You recognize those messages.
Yes.
What do those messages? What are
It's communication between the 9807 number and the Anthony Williams cell phone number.
Have you been able to review all of those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to compare the printout there and the celebrate extraction of what's been previously known as State 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this fairly and accurately print out and show the messages between the 9807 phone number and Anthony Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, state would request to move in state of couple E and publish.
And we approach chicken.
It's 106.
So detective, I have this version, but it's a little bit easier to pull up on the electronic version, so. Bear with me just a minute. And just so it's clear, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen how you would go about creating this specific?
On the left-hand side, you would see where it says call log, chats, contacts. You would, right now, you're in SMS messages. Where you see on the top portion is where it says export. Where you see export, go ahead and just click on export. Just go ahead and show. Then you can export it in Excel, HTML, PDF, Word. We predominantly use PDF.
So, for example, if you could just pick a person here to limit it by?
You can limit it by that exactly if you know what phone number or name you're looking for.
And you then also search this.
Yes,
That's the meeting.
Can you,
Can you search this with keywords?
yes, ma'am.
Why is it important to be able to search it with keywords?
If I'm looking for something very specific, like a specific conversation, or if I'm just looking for specific words, in a case, words of interest, we would type them in there and it would come up in the search.
Can you limit it by time frame?
Yes.
specifically in this extraction that has been put in, what are the 2 phone numbers that are being communicating in this chat report?
The 9807 number, as well as the number for Mr. Williams, which is 908.
Speak up just a little bit. I can't tell, I'm slightly under the weather.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, can you come from the? Thank you.
Thank you, look where you're stepped out, out in the manhole.
And the witness step out so I can voice my continuing objection.
Yeah,
Thank you.
outside, please, thank you.
I'm not thinking of like getting. I don't.
Yes, please. Yeah, where you stepped out.
Yes. As I indicated to the court, because I think the state is leading you astray and creating reversible error, when Detective Moretti was deposed on February of 2021, he indicated that he's not an expert. That's why the FBI was called to testify on these records. In addition to that, he went on to say,
Listen, hold on. All right. Extend, counsel, the same courtesy you expect, but not be interrupted, all right? Go ahead.
he went on to testify under oath that when you look at these chats, it's coming from one phone to another phone, correct? His answer, correct. And if I have your phone, for instance, I could chat with, and I use Mr. Haddad as an example because he was in the deposition. He said correct. And by looking at your phone, you would think that you sent Haddad that nasty message, like whatever, correct, correct. He goes on to say, in other words, would you be able to make the statement that one person received a call from Melly? And he goes, no. He goes on and testifies. The question is, well, two people are speaking to each other, but one of them would have to verify that he's the person who responded or wrote the message, correct? And he says, legally, yes, sir. They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that. They have to call one of the parties to authenticate it. That's why, with all due respect, we have been interrupting, coming sidebar, constantly on all of these messages. They are leading, the state is leading you astray on this because they have not authenticated one message. And now they're attributing it to Williams talking to Melly, Melly talking to Williams, and that can't, there's no predicate for it. And even the witness knows that. So we would be objecting to all of this and moving to strike it all.
Just to play that forward logically, the way that counsel is arguing, if a witness is dead, there would never be a communication that could be in evidence. So in terms of the way counsel is arguing that is contrary to the evidence code on that. The state, and that goes to weight, not admissibility. This evidence is admissible, it's statements of the defendant that has been established over and over and over again that he was the person using the 772-713-9807 phone. He is the one who's taking all the pictures on it. He's the one who's giving the password to his mother. He's the one who is using this to communicate with his friends, his girlfriend, has a naked video of his underage girlfriend on. This is not a phone that's being passed around to multiple people, and there's no evidence to support that. In fact, what the evidence shows, and in every video that you've seen of the defendant, he's walking around with a phone in his hand. And it would submit to you and to this court that it has well proven the defendant himself in the statement on the jail call, calling the 772-713-9807 phone number, is saying that is his phone. In addition, Your Honor, the state has provided case law previously that an item can be authenticated by the contents of the item itself. That is clearly what we have in this, that the contents of this phone authenticated and show it to be what the state says it is, which is statements of the defendant and statements of the victim, in this case, Anthony Williams, and with the rest of them are the other statements of the co-defendant and the defendant and his girlfriend, where she's putting, and there's internal parts of each of those that can be authenticated.
Well done.
There are three ways to really authenticate a text message: the receiver, the sender, and if you don't have either one of them, then you call the engineering company to show that the text messages are in fact true and correct. For them to say they could never get a text message in if a person is deceased is absolutely not true. They would need, if they don't have the receiver, the sender, then they have to call the engineering company from Sprint, T-Mobile, whoever it is, to show how the messages are extracted from the phone, not the detective. And more importantly, this detective has already admitted he's never been declared an expert in any of this. And that's why the FBI was called in.
Judge, so I may clarify on that. Counsel is taking that completely out of context, because that was with regards to the T-Mobile. Counsel is conflating the difference between information from the cellular networks and information from the phone itself. They are separate and apart. They are two different sources of data and two different sources with which the evidence in this case is being drawn from. Counsel is trying to confuse them and using parts of the depot talking about T-Mobile to try and say that it would apply to other sections, which is completely inappropriate and a misrepresentation of what actually happened in the investigation. In addition, the detective, when he first got up and testified, talked about his training and experience in Celebrite, Cellhawk, and all the different phone and cellular phone specific evidence classes and certifications with which he holds.
One last comment, John.
There it is.
She has introduced 500 and some odd pictures, a whole bunch of text messages over our objections, a jail call. So if anything, this is all cumulative if the court doesn't agree with what this witness, this detective testified under oath, that he's not an expert and you have to get a message in, either receiver, sender, or there is case law to say the engineering company as to how they can extract a message. I will give them a third alternative. They've done none of that in any of these.
All right. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Before we go, I'd just like to crystallize my objection that I was trying to articulate sidebar with respect to the refreshing.
Something I was talking about now? Is something new? Or is it something that just... That's my question first, about this issue.
I didn't say,
Oh, you started
And in other words, I'm trying to say what it is. It concerns the testimony regarding the Facebook information that was brought in on the notion that he is refreshing recollection from a video that he observed Miss Bradley navigating from her Facebook account into another Facebook account to check the information. And what the court said is that this can use anything to refresh his recollection. However, that's not what occurred here. What occurred was hearsay information was being introduced through the ruse of refreshing recollection. Because if something is observed and it's hearsay on the internet and it's being observed by a witness, he can't later come and say it would refresh my recollection as to what that hearsay was as a basis for him to offer testimony that is being offered for the truth of the matter. And that is just a separate issue, which I wanted to, since we were about to go to recess, crystallize this occurred in the last session. I apologize for upsetting you, but that is what, it's a separate issue, yes it is, and it's one that I thought was important to crystallize at this time. Thank you, sir.
We're in recess. Need a restroom break, Mr. Dell?
I need a walk.
Yeah, do you need a restroom break? Yes. We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury. We're going to defend to demonstrate counsel the assistant attorney to listen on the stand. Detective Martin, the record. Counsel, proceed, please.
Okay, so the detective was talking about what's been admitted into the evidence as state 106. I'm going to start with a August 23rd, 2018 message from the 9807 number. What does that say?
I gotta get this money from track and get a new card.
So the state previously introduced into evidence what's been published as State 97. I'll switch to that for just a moment. As part of State 97, I'm going to be publishing a transaction from December 13th, 2018. How much money was being sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamell Demons?
$10,000.
Okay. Publishing a November 9th, 2018. How much money is sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamell Demons?
$15,000.
Publishing a date of December 19th, 2018, the beneficiary of Jamell Demons, how much money was sent then?
$9,000.
Is your objection?
Objection has been made.
Demons, sorry. My apologies. Do you still have that one? Moving on to October 17th, 2018. How much was paid in reference to services for what YNW Melly?
$3,500.
Going to October 8th of 2019. How much was paid for the benefit of YNW Melly?
$4,000.
And going to January 14th, 2019. Who is, what was the amount paid for Melly January 26th show?
10,000.
And who was what was the name of the originator of that?
Lyrical Lemonade LLC.
I'm going to switch over and publish again from state 7. Back to the messages. On the, you mentioned you can keyword search them on the Celebrate. Does the same thing work on the digital version?
Yes, just control F. You can search through it.
In terms of, were you able to look for the term Melly or Jamell in this particular document?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it come up a number of times?
Yes, ma'am. 18 times.
So going through now, I'm going to go to August 24th of 2018. Starting with the message from 954-248-9081, the Anthony Williams phone number. If you could read the top one, I'm going to try to make it as big as possible.
That's fine. Oh, yeah. And I meant to tell you all, I told you before, we went to Cali, that me and Judy, CEO, Peso, the artist, because you be moving on this music just because you pop ain't didn't be looking confused all my life. Y'all really, my artist, you ain't doing that part right. I got these N-words right. Y'all ain't fitting, just keep saying that y'all be on some lifestyle shit, just can't say they artists just to look at, just to look good, do the same shit I be doing. I'm just under you because I let you be the face, but I'm the CEO.
The next message, and what's the date of this one in time?
8/24/2018 at 12 p.m. 12:18 p.m.
Right, and what does the 9081 twin phone number say?
Blood, sweat, tears in this. I seen a dream shit went too far in the future.
Continuing on to the 8/24/2018, 11:46 a.m. You could republish that one?
Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure it's want to read first. You all sabotaging my character. Got people think y'all made me and shit while you all get treated like future. I peeped when I said I'm gonna put my music out. You said some I forgot, but every time I do some creative, try to make it spark, you all start doing it as a group and make it look like art shit. And you, the one popping, go do it then. They think it's yours and feel like you don't fuck with us like that. Your vibe be way different when Riri ain't here. But we are artists. I put my powers, a lot of hard work to get everybody the way they is. I let you get my artists, but all of my artists too. I'm a bro that let get them because you from Florida and you ain't doing it right. And they give you credit over money. Money ain't nothing without my drip, so get right or something gonna flop.
And continuing on to 8/24/2018, 11:55, 52 a.m. from the 9081.
1 second. And I told you this shit is just like Young Mal and Quills. It's YNW CEO, me, you, Julie, artist, Bork, Peso, K, Kobe, AG, and the rest, and shit. You all don't like to talk about YNW goals and work on shit. You like to act like your mom and be on that type of fantasy life when Riri and all them gone You don't talk to us about this YNW shit. You don't give everyone 5 bands each, none of that, or talk about future. You walk around here like you husband and wife, and then get kind of important people talking about my artist. One more chance, and you're going under to me like it's supposed to be. You just blowed. You can say, Joel, first time you rapped, I changed your flow. You rap like Wiz Khalifa. You can say you watched Young and Thug. If you did that, you a jacker. What day a call is, I isn't no jacker. I got relative tendencies as them got get right, do everything at one time, not just make us look like kids, make sure everyone got a bitch in here. You all acting like you all bosses. Then one of you try, your girl, you gone, cry, but then call us. Your artist got me looking dumb out here, and we worried about a bag.
And what does the 9807 reply?
I know you all CEOs, boo, and you know I fuck with is you talking about N-word. I'm happy you could drop all your shit, that's what I want. Don't ever think I don't want to see you shine. I appreciate you letting me get them boys to be my artists. That's real as fuck. What it seems like or what people think, we know what's going. We fin the blow, tell Tay and Bort, go get Peso and Chloe. I'm focused on all artists until it's our time to tour. I already got, I am you out. All I got to do is videos. We can start today.
In terms of during the course of this conversation, how often is money brought up?
Quite often.
So going to August 29th, 2018, what does the 9807 number say?
I ain't lost, I'm just waiting on my money so I can get everyone right. I got plans, but my plan's crazy, and ain't no one gonna understand till the money in their face.
August 30th, 2018, 9807.
Finna go get this money from track.
September 3rd, 2018.
I gotta pick some money up from JF5 at day office,
And that's coming from the, which number?
9807.
Okay. Going to September 6th, 2018.
It's good, ain't fucking with them cause you can't help them like me and you. Just stay by the money. I can fuck all you lights up forever. It's in my hands.
September 21st, 2018. From which phone number and what does it say?
It's from the 9807 number. It's Finn me track at the office. He say the money should drop around 4 to 7, around 4 to 7 p.m.
Okay. September 21st, 5:44 p.m.
From the 9807 number, the money in the account, but it ain't gone be available till 12 a.m.
September 27, 2018.
From the 90081, ain't mean to put no addy. LOL and Adrian, bro. Send some money to him on your Cash App.
October 3rd, 2018.
From the 9807 number. Went to pick money up.
October 8th, 2018.
From the 9081. Police came to my house about your money.
October 8th, 2018.
They trying to make it seem like we did something to get that money.
October 12th of 2018.
Why y'all ain't make sure the money was sent to him?
October 16th, 2018.
The 9807. I originally ain't Bowman today. I'm a fit link with track, pick this money.
October 19th, 2018.
I ain't worried about him. And when we go in Utah, I need to give my mom this money, and we gotta at least get peso.
October 25th, 2018.
You got $10 to pay for my cut till I get this money from track.
And so to go for context on that message, October, you published for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury from the October 24th, 2018, 10:03 p.m. message.
Just landed.
What is the response from the 9081?
We on the way down the from Willie.
772-713-9807 says what on October 25th at 12:19 a.m.
We defy it.
And what's the response from Mr. Williams? Or, I'm sorry, the 9081 phone number.
In here somewhere.
Going to August 30th of 2018. Were you able to review and determine if there was an issue between with Anthony Williams and the 9807 number based on an argument over with the mother gaming?
Objection. Calls for hearsay conclusion.
In the investigation?
It's his.
Excuse me, can I see the message? Here, Cyber.
Detective Moretti, going to August 30th, 2018. Can you publish the 9807 message from 11:20:12 a.m.?
Just be here for me, bro. I handled the shit. We ain't breaking up. It's fuck her, bro, the devil trying to break us apart.
Next message.
Don't listen to none of that shit she done. Pull up. She say she done with all that shit. Fuck it. She blocked out our life.
The response from the 9081 number, August 30th, 2018, 11:24 a.m.
Bro, I'ma expose her though. I'ma chill today. First interview is over. She's gonna cry.
Next message from 9081.
Ain't gonna lie. I'm tired of y'all getting y'all credit on shit.
August 30th, 2018, 11:28 a.m.
Fuck that.
August 30th, 2018, 11:29 a.m.
I don't care. I love you, but I feel like, with that shit, no cap.
Okay. The response from 9807 at 11:29:31 on August 30th.
All that shit gone. Stop, bro. We fit the blow. You dial one. Keep my head straight when I'm tripping.
August 30th, 2018, 11:30:27 a.m. from the 9807 number.
Hell no. I'm riding with you. You know this shit don't need to go that far. It's pointless. Just block all that shit out.
And now the August 30th, 12:36:56 p.m. from the 9807 number.
1 second. Alright, bro, I love you to death. You brother for life. But I'm gonna let you have all this shit. Fuck my mama. Fuck that house. Fuck that Draco. Fuck that 380. Fuck that Netflix TV shit. All that shit. You all can have it. I'm gonna pay you back for everything you did for me. For every idea, all that we always gonna be brothers. But I'll never hurt you, bro. You don't trust me. I don't want to be in a house with nobody who think I'm a snake. Am all the time. You can have that shit. I just need to pull it by myself. I don't give a fuck what you do to my mama. I don't give a fuck no mo. I'll never say I'll kill you or harm you. If you need anything, just hit my line. I'm at the hotel around the corner. We both need our space. I don't know if we've been around each other too long or what before. Let's break apart over some dumb. I'll slide foo. You all don't need me. I love you all. N-word. Tell Chloe I said I love her. Tay. I'm fit to focus on myself till it's time for tour. Everything I do is out of love. I don't know how else to prove it. I love your ass more than anyone on this earth. Bro, you got that shit. I'll never be with my day one. That ain't me. If you die, I'ma die. N-word. We the same person, for real. I'ma let you pull off, though, my N love.
Excuse me, what page is that?
That is on page 48.
Thank you.
And the responses from the 9081, August 30th, 12:39.
I'm good. It's just somebody telling me y'all up to something. You don't owe me nothing. We is the same person. But how you let this shit keep going this far? What if it was the other way around? My mom wouldn't be doing no shit like this.
Next message at 12:40 p.m. from the 9081.
I'm bullying. And say I was beefing with you before. I let something happen to me or play with my family. Everyone will die. Shit like that. Stuck with my blood.
The response from the 9807 phone number on 12/40/41/8/30/2018.
I don't consider her my mama. No mo, fuck that bitch, bro. I know, I feel, yeah, that shit weird, bro.
August 30th, 2018. From the 9081 phone number at 12/41/30.
Then she keep telling people shit about me, and I'm not even worried about her, bro. I'm trying to bull do me. Why? And that's always worried about me, and what the fuck you talking about how you gonna leave, and we can't even get in the gate without you be on some crazy shit.
What page is that?
49, Mr. Howard. And the response on August 30th, 2018, 12:41 p.m. from the 9807.
Like, I don't even be knowing what the fuck to say. No mo. She do shit out of the blue. She the devil. For real. Shit crazy. I don't got shit to do with it. No mo. If you all kill her, fuck it, bro. She ain't my mama. She sold her soul.
So, I want to talk about the term fire specifically. On September 28, 2018, 1:59:01 p.m. Could you please read that message?
Get you a fire-ass fit.
Is that referring to clothing?
Objection, ladies.
Call for conclusion and
Overruled.
No, it does not matter.
I'm sorry, does that say outfit?
No, man.
Okay. Going on to September 29th, 2018. That message says what?
That song, fire is fire.
Do you think that's talking about a firearm there?
Objection.
Already been testified to, Your Honor, by Detective Fuller.
So moved.
In certain contexts, yes, fire can also mean gun, it also can mean fire.
Objection to strike. It means a lot of things according to
Sustained.
move to strike the answer and for curative instruction.
Disregard the last question and answer.
On October 23rd, 2018, were you able to determine the location of the 9807 phone and the 9081 phone?
1023,
Yes.
I had to go back to the, well,
Fine.
there you go. In Chicago.
So the publishing on 10/23/2018, starting at 9:38:41, what does the 9081 phone number ask?
Where you at?
And the response from the 10/23 9:38:50 from the 9807 phone number.
Chicago.
What is the next text message from the 9081 message?
These states will read it at 5.
Going on to October 23rd, 2018, 10:45:29 a.m. What does the 9807 message respond?
Hell yeah, always.
Next message, 10:45:48. What does 9807 say?
And it's my closet.
Continuing on, 10/23/2018, 10:46:10. What does the 9807 number say?
It's on my closet in like the third shoebox.
Going to 10/23/2018, 2:46 p.m. What does the 9081 phone number say to the 9807 phone number?
Don't want the gate if they call.
Are you familiar with the Sunset Lakes entrance gate?
Yes, there's 2 of them.
Did you respond or go to the 40th Street gate, or review the footage rather from that gate?
We actually go to the clubhouse to retrieve the video, but because it was from the area, we knew that the video we obtained was from the 40th Street entrance.
And where is that 40th Street entrance in relation to the 18541 house that the defendant was living in at that time?
It's right around the corner, very close location.
Were there any other obvious arguments or fights that you noticed in this method?
Objection to the formula.
Sustained and phrased.
Did you notice any other angry changes in it?
Objection to the form of the question.
Overruled.
Yes,
And where would those go?
The Facebook Messenger tab as well,
Okay.
as well as in their SMS back and forth.
So I want to go now, and so could you also look at the messages between the 9807 phone number and the 772-713-2341 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously marked, please couple that. Okay, Detective Marty, I'm showing it's been marked as states, please double F. You have to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the extraction report I generated from the cell. Well,
And does that fairly and accurately depict the conversation and messages between 772-713-9807 and 772-713-2341?
yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states and couple F, states 107.
Thank
So,
So publishing part states 107. Detective Moretti, if you could read aloud for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the phone numbers that are reflected in this particular chat.
DSC 772-713-9807, and then 772-713-2341.
Publishing on the third page of the exhibit, the address on, 12715 on August 27th, 2018. What address is that?
18521 Southwest 44th Street, and that's where the defendant was living at the time.
What page was that?
Page 3. Going on to page 5. The message from the contact titled Juvie. What is asked in that question? What question at September 1st, 2018, 8:14 p.m.
When you're going to do the A,
And in terms of the response,
Tuesday.
when you were speaking with Courtney Henry, did he mention traveling to Atlanta?
I believe so, ma'am.
And was there any conversation from Mr. Henry in the reporting about being in a car crash? And that was just
Jackson Reed.
going on the
I should say, who first?
without playing the statement of Mr. Henry. Is there anything that you refresh your recollection? I'm sorry, yeah, so gentlemen. With regards to Mr. Henry's statement, was there any conversation about a car crash?
Yes, there was a car crash, which, because we saw when we first made contact with them that there was front-end damage, and we asked them, about the damage.
Do you recall where he indicated Mr. Henry and statements are in place for the jury, where that damage occurred?
The location,
Yes.
no, I need to see the state.
Okay.
We want to play the line.
We can come back to that. I'll have Ms. Smith pull that statement. Going on to page 6. On September 1st, 2018, 8/15/32. And you published that particular statement.
Board can take me in the white car, or I still got away.
And were you able to determine who Bort is?
It's Portland Henry, the co-defendant in this case.
Okay. Going to October 10th, 2018. Can you please publish that message for the ladies and gentlemen? 10:24 a.m.
Nah, fool, I'm good. I'm waiting next time. That N-word who gave you the QP for the free, see if they'll sell you a half a pound for the low. I'ma buy it.
What is QP, if you know, based on your training experience as a law enforcement officer?
Pardon?
Objection.
I sustain the objection. I think you need
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Going on to the bottom of page 11 for defense counsel. You could publish the October 11th, 2018, 3:15 p.m. from the 2341 to the 9807.
You spending some cash today?
On October 15th, 2018, 3:36 p.m. Can you explain what is, and you can see this in the chat report, the cl.loc.vcf. What does that mean?
It's location data is going to be a GPS coordinate.
And the last text message from the 9807 phone number, what date and time is that at?
10/23/2018 at 1:27 p.m.
So, Detective Marty, you mentioned Facebook messages and Instagram and things like that. Did you collect or obtain those efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to start, it's still on the cell phone extraction. Showing defense counsel within manifest state and tuple G. It's tuple G for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict a conversation between the 9807 number and an individual named Stephanie?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions on that?
No, ma'am.
Your understanding statement of question is states couple G in as state 107. 108.
Any objection or previously raised? Over within the
States in trouble G in states 180.
publishing page 1. On October 17, 2018, 3:59:38 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
The name Melly.
Continuing on to 4:01:06 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
My IG, YNW.
Did you author a search warrant for the Instagram account associated with YNW.Melly?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked states quintuple H. Showing you what's been marked as states quintuple H. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
There's a report that I generated.
And is that something from the same 9807 cell phone we've been talking about all day today?
Yes.
Did that fairly accurately depict the conversation between the individual using the 9807 cell phone and then the person who is not saved as a contact?
Correct.
Here at this time, state a request to move case quintuple H in and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection before.
That's it, please. Hey, objection, no, so ruled, will be admitted.
States quintuple H, the remark states 109.
Okay. I'm going to publish states 109, starting on the first page. What two phone numbers are communicating in this particular chat?
It's 772-713-9807 and 561-254-34331.
The first message from the 561 phone number on September 27, 2019 at 2:44 p.m. What does that say?
This AD brought firm vendor cash app union.
So I want to go to this first attachment here, September 28, 2018. That's on page 2 for the message. And then on, this would be the fifth page of the exhibit. Publishing now on page 3 of the exhibit. If you could read the address, the message and the address that's on September 28, 2018, 1:40 p.m. from the 9807 number.
It is 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And then, what does the next message say?
Then
And the last on September 28, 2018, 1:41:13 p.m.
18521 Southwest 44th Street.
Going down to the message at 1:42:21, September 28, 2018, from 9807. And publishing that large scale note. What is the address on this image of a driver's license?
604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And what name is on this driver's license?
The Independence Bank.
Oh.
Before we get into this, they will just take a 5-minute break. Then you'll be short recess and not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, go on, presence, doing no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs, thank you.
So, we could just announce that we're talking about the timing, the scheduling. The state probably has another hour to 2 hours, we're guessing, of publishing. We all agreed if we could just break for the night and come back tomorrow, and then the state would have the morning, and then we'd start in the afternoon.
I have the court's pleasure. I just thought that was
Your voice not holding anything?
snap and pulse.
What? You're not up to this?
I'm fine, so I don't want to waste your time or the first time.
So we'll proceed for an hour or so, and be up tomorrow. All right, just find out somewhere around 5 o'clock. We'll see where it goes. How much more do you need yet?
3 hours.
3 hours. So
You're
tomorrow,
at 48 some odd more.
Just don't make me read it.
Read every last.
so council will be probably then, that's your last witness, Friday?
Is that right now?
As of right now.
I don't know what that means.
As of right now.
That's scathing across.
Which are the first potential rebuttal. We can do that.
So you might talk about, you have to get only false on how you false, this witness. Redirect that, maybe another year coming. I would, hope so. Well then, if that's the case, and we're done, today's, Tuesday, right, so Wednesday, but this Thursday, you'd be done with this. That sound about right?
I guess we have a witness for Thursday if we're anticipating finished.
Right, that's what they're trying to gear up their schedule, rather, so you think, you come to this witness an hour or two, right? Maybe 3, you said?
Yeah, so I heard some music playing at there.
Well, sorry, you heard, but 2-3 hours, something like that?
Yeah.
Then, so you do your cross-examination tomorrow, we'll redirect, and then next day you throw on your witness. That sound about right?
That's assuming the court doesn't bring it to JOA. We are taking that to mean that the court is admonishing that we should be prepared to do that Thursday and we will.
Yes. Because I knew you had a real strong before.
I know. Well, I tell you what, let me not speak out of turn. The person coordinated it is not me, so we will make every effort.
Who's coordinating?
With respect.
So you think you'd be able to get a witness on Thursday?
I could probably get civilians here. I would
So why don't we plan on that, see what you can do, all right? We're planning on that, and we'll go from there, all right?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Want to bring your jury in, please?
Jury entry? I don't know.
Gentlemen, thank you. Please proceed. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury, the defendant, the defendant, this counsel, the state of Illinois, hands on the stand. Counsel, jury, you may proceed.
Yes. Pretty certificate and counsel in trouble I. I'm ready to recognize that exhibit. Yes. How do you recognize that exhibit?
It is a report generated from the, so I can't hear it. This is the report I generated from the Celebrate system.
And is that fairly and accurately depicts the conversations between the 772-713-9807 phone number and the contact saved as Crazy Lady?
Yes.
Here at this time, state with the customer speak couple I in reapproach. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the conversations that are on them, who do they reflect being participants as on the numbers?
The 9807 number and then 561 720
The 561-720, you said 3120?
561 720 3210.
720-3210. That 561 phone number, did you also do a search warrant to T-Mobile for that phone number?
Yes.
Going back to state 63. Five 720-3210.
Yes.
What type of subscriber was this phone?
It was a prepaid service with T-Mobile.
And in terms of the information and the contact name that is associated with 561-720-3210 in the 9807 phone, what contact was that assigned?
Board.
And in terms of information about the operability of that 561-720-321 phone, I want to ask you some questions.
Yes.
So I'm going to go to the CDRs for on state 63 for 720-3210. come down to October 26th, 2018. Starting, and again, what time frame are these records kept in?
All T-Mobile records are in UTC time.
And so going down to, on the, let's see, 10/26, 11/57/05, there is an incoming call. What is the duration of that incoming call?
2 seconds.
And that was on line 397 of the records. You had previously talked about the voicemail, and so continuing on 397, next one on line 398, 805-637-7249. What does that indicate to you based on the incoming and immediate outgoing to that 805-637-7249?
The call was immediately forwarded to the voicemail system.
Going on to the next set of incoming outgoing phone calls, which is just October 26, 2018, 12:03:50 UTC and 12:04:22 UTC. What happens to that phone call?
The same as the other one. If the call comes in, it's immediately forwarded to the voicemail system.
Going to call 401 and 402. What happens at that point?
The same then. The call comes in, and it's immediately forwarded to the T-Mobile voicemail system.
And the phone call at 401 and 402, do you recognize that 954-376-9158 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And which bank records was that reflected on?
That was from the SunTrust and the Chase Records Associated with Mr. Davis' actual.
Going on to 403 and 404. And this phone call is 10/26, 2018, 12/12/28, and 10/26, 2018, 12/13. What happens with that incoming phone call?
The same. The call comes in, and it's immediately forwarded to voicemail.
405 at 12:15:59 UTC, again, October 26, 2018, and line 406, 12:16 UTC. What happens with that phone call? 10/26.
The call comes in, and it's immediately transferred to voicemail.
Can you state whether or not that phone had minutes on it?
No, ma'am.
Those records are not something that was available?
Correct.
In terms of the last outgoing phone call that actually had a duration to it. And again, you said duration was in column C?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was the last incoming or outgoing phone call that had a duration that wasn't sent immediately to voicemail?
It would be it says on the records here 10/26/2018 at 1:37 p.m. But we know that it's 10/25/2018 at 9:37 p.m.
And you're doing the UTC conversion there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so technically we talked briefly about the Instagram records on that. How did you go about obtaining the Instagram records?
Pursuant to a search warrant in this case, ma'am.
And With regards to those records, how are they provided to you?
They're provided to us electronically.
Once you wrote the search warrant, did you go through the entirety of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many 100,000 pages make that?
250,000 pages.
Now, at this time, the state would offer what's been previously marked as state quintuple K, so it's the 9083.6 as a business record. Yes, the certifications are on review.
Thank you, any objection?
Is that,
Objection or grounds previously raised.
Thank you. Re-educate me, what previously raised objection?
Relevancy. Relevancy.
Relevancy.
Oral, great, oral.
You come sign up with.
If the business begins, we probably,
Yes.
So Detective Rennie, I'm approaching and showing you this in the state quintuple L for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It is the records produced from a search and mark for the Instagram account of YNW Melly.
Is that all of those records?
No.
In terms of this specific selection, what is common throughout this one?
The sender, or the recipient, or the author, or the receiver YNW Melly.
Do these fairly and accurately represent a selection of the messages from the Instagram YNW?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move into as states quintuple L.
Objections, please.
Overruled.
States quintuple L will be marked states 111.
So, Detective Wright, you're going to have to explain how to read these Instagram returns. I'm going to start by publishing state 111. So, the page number at the top on this first selection, what is that?
The page number is 75,128. That's the actual page number from the entirety of the documents.
Okay. In terms of a lot of text, a lot of numbers, can you help, and I'm going to try and can you explain how you know where a message starts and where the next message ends and what is associated with
The message itself starts where you see ID.
Okay.
Then the end of it will be recipients.
So, starting with this first one, can you explain what the thread ID is?
The thread ID is a number generated by Meta, which at the time used to be Facebook, now it's Meta Platforms Inc. And it's a number that they generate for a specific thread ID. So, let's say you and I were having a conversation on social media, and we started a thread. We started a conversation. It would generate that thread as long as that conversation continues. That thread ID will continue to be the same.
Is the thread ID unique to the participants in this particular Instagram message?
It's unique to the participants in the conversation that they're having.
Okay. So we can explain and make sure it's clear. You made the mention of you and I having an Instagram conversation. If we add Mr. Howard to it, is it going to still be under the same thread ID?
You know, it would then generate a new thread ID because it's a new conversation.
Okay. And how can you tell what the contents of a particular message are?
Where it says text.
And how can you tell who wrote it?
Where the author is the person who wrote it, and the recipient is the person who received it.
In terms of, does the recipient also list the author?
Yes.
So, for the purposes of this first message that we're reading out here, who is the author?
The author is legend_juice28.
And what is the text of that conversation?
Yo.
Moving on to the next message, what I'm trying to do is keep it so that you're only looking at one at a time on that. So on this next message here, what is the response and who says it?
The author is the
Instagram author?
The author is the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is legend_juice28 along with the account that by YNW Melly. And the text is, what's up, boo?
When you're going through these records, do they go one after the other in the same conversation all the way through?
No, it goes in the order in which you are communicating. So you could have on one page, you could have multiple different messages. The way that we're able to filter through and isolate specific conversations to make it easier for us to read is the thread ID.
So when you're generating these reports, or these summaries here that we're looking at, how are you searching them?
I once identify, two participants during the conversation, a specific conversation of interest. I then take that thread ID and I search throughout the whole form. This form is a little unique. I had to pull 20,000 pages out at that time, and my computer could not handle 250,000 pages.
These are sent in what type of format?
PDF format.
So, moving on, so are we looking at that same thread ID ending in 1070 again?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you could read the next message from October 1st, 2018, 2043 UTC.
The account identified as legend_juice28 sent to recipient account YNW Melly. Man, what's your number?
Continuing down the next message from 2044 UTC.
The author was from the account legend_juice28 to recipient account YNW Melly.
And the text.
I want to let my little girl and her friends see you like I need you to hit her up and surprise her, LOL.
And the last one on this page, again, that thread ID ending in 1070. Who is the author of this message, October 1st, 2018, 2058, 34 UTC?
Account identified as YNW Melly, and the recipients were legend_juice28 as well as YNW Melly account.
And what phone number was identified as belonging to YNW Melly?
772-713-9807.
Okay. That was page 1 of that exhibit, council. Moving on to the next page. So this gray bar here, does that indicate a space between the pages in the business records?
Yes, ma'am, because the actual conversation started on page 17,276 and it continued on 75,277.
On the message of October 9th, 2018, 2217, 27 UTC, what is the author asking of the YNW Melly account?
The author is the author from account Young Bands is asking the account YNW Melly. What's your number, twin? I'm a fitting FTU.
So I want to start and to explain here on 75283. There's a lot of other names on that. Was there any evidence whatsoever that any of these other people responded to any of these messages?
No.
You're smiling a little bit. Can you explain why there's all these other high-profile people that are tagged in this reference?
The person who sent the message also tagged all those individuals. I guess. Objection. Yesterday.
So in terms, all right, don't guess.
Okay.
So, in terms of the 20,000 pages and things like that, are there messages that are sent in which these other 30 some odd people are tagged?
Yes.
Does any of those accounts we're looking at there ever respond?
Never.
Oh. So moving on to then the response. Again, that was the thread ID from the first message ending in 4772. Continuing to the next message in that thread ID ending in 4772. What is the response and who is it from?
The response is from the account identified as YNW Melly. It's responding to Young Bands. And the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 3. the message of October 14th, 2018, 1701 UTC.
The author of it is at the account YNW Melly. The recipient was AP grade official.
And the thread ID is in 2755.
Yes.
Going to the next message in the 2755. Who sends the message of October 10th, 2018, 2021, 39 UTC?
The author of that was the account YNW Melly.
And what message was sent?
The phone number of 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 4. And this is from page 75,584. You could read the message of October 15th, 2018.
It's from the author of the account of YNW Melly to Little Got It account. And the text is, what's your line?
And so the thread ID ends in 6555.
655.
Moving on to the next message in that account. What does the message of October 15, 2018, 2259 UTC say, and who is it from?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Little Got It. The text is 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to the next page. And this would have been from 75856. What does the message of October 22nd, 2018 say, and who is it from?
It is from the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Kilarissa _ and the text is here.
Okay. Moving on to the next message, 10/22, 2018, 8/31, 03 UTC. What is the text that is sent and who sends it?
The author of the message is from the account YNW Melly, and the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page number 75,864, selection from that. What is the text and who is the author?
The text is, yeah, I gotta talk to you, who called me, and the number of 772-713-9807 is there.
And who sent that message?
The author is from the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is Bosman _ I think that's JD.
And then the response to that message from Bossman JD on 10/22, 2018, 2026, 32 UTC. Sorry. Secretary, if you kind of to publish the text of The response?
It was from Bossman, the account of Bossman underscore JD, and the recipient is the account of YNW Melly. And the text is, "Bet go hit you win I get out of this card forever."
Moving on to page 75,877 into 75,878. October 23rd, 2018, 1456 UTC. Who is the author of that message?
The author of that message is Future Chicago.
And what is the text?
What's your number?
The thread ID ends in 7870.
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to the next message.
And then the response from the account YNW Melly to Future Chicago is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Going now to October 26th, 5:0036 UTC. If you could read that, and who is writing that message?
Rich send a message to the account of YNW Melly. It's send me adding, you'll see those three squares. Those three squares are actually emojis. We'll pull it out and put it into a Word document, and we can see that there's emojis.
Is that for every single time that you can translate them into a Word document?
Most of it, yes, most of it.
So the response from to that message was what?
It was from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich. The address in the text section is 18521 Southwest 44th Street, Miramar.
And for the purposes of the record, that was October 26, 2018, 5:04:32 UTC. Okay. The next message in that, what is the text on that one?
It coincides with the previous message. It's just the zip code 33029 from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich.
Going down now to page 76,875. What message is sent from the YNW Melly account to ropa.rich on November 12th of 2018 at 2:31 UTC?
The phone number is 772-713-9807.
Going to November 17th of 2018, page 77,081. What message is sent to the YNW Melly account from Project Youngin 11/17/2018, 8:04 UTC?
The text from Project Youngin to the account of YNW Melly is, "What's your number? I'm gonna call you in the morning."
And the response in that same thread ID?
It is from the account of YNW Melly to Project Youngin. It's 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,299 and 77,296. I want to go make sure we're doing this. So we'll start with the one from 77,296. What is that message? And
It's from That Boy Funny, from the account of That Boy Funny to the recipient account of YNW Melly. The text is, "What's your number, ugly boy?"
and the response from the YNW Melly account?
Was the phone number of 772-713-9807.
Going to page 77,302, starting on 77,301. What is the message sent on November 26, 2018?
It was from the account of the real Quan Jones, The recipient was the account of YNW Melly. What's your number, bro? I got a new phone. I'm trying to send you these songs. I just
And the response from the YNW Melly account was
772-713-9807.
going to page 77,534. On the message here, the thread ID 8086 is consistent with all the rest. Starting with the message at December 1st, 2018. We could at 13:35:09 UTC.
The message from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin X _, it's what's yard as percentage.
Okay. Then the next message. Oops, sorry. My apologies. Next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35:15 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin X _, and it says the number with the hashtag.
Okay. So then the next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35:22 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin X _, and the text was just call me 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 77,597. Going to the second message on that page. December 2nd, 2018, 22:42:26 UTC. Who is the author and what does it say?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is was a Ellie Jamell.
Okay.
And it's text me 772-713-9807.
Going on to page 77,633. This is December 4th of 2018. On the real share, under the real share, the next message here, which the UTC time is December 4th, 2018, 1:45:13 UTC.
The author was a big 600 book. The recipient of the account of YNW Melly. The text was what's your number, gang?
And what was the response?
The response from the account of YNW Melly to big 600 book was the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay. And final one. I skipped one. Hold on. On October 26, 2018, 22:24:35 UTC. What is the message and who is it from?
The message is the phone number 772-713-9807. And then the written same N-word, same number. The author was YNW, the account of YNW Melly, and the recipient was 510 J Green.
And I think this would be a logical time to break for the evening, seeing that.
Thank you. As you saw, just take our lady, your head down. You'll See you back tomorrow. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, inform anything about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of the abusive. All right, proceed, no pleasure. We'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect that you stepped out. Council remain on the defendant. How much time do you think you have, Council?
Maybe 2 hours, maybe anything less.
Okay.
There is one request I would have from the let the agent police department.
I didn't hear you.
There's a request that I would ask for the detective. There are testimony that there were phones in the Jeep. In the care custody control of the room, police department, things that you checked out by the detective.
Yes.
And the answer he pretty all the phones that would create for the Jeep.
How many phones is what?
Who is this?
Three phones, the phones of Williams and Thomas. They were kept at night at the time of the situation, and the lithium batteries had exploded with the fact that the phones are inoperable. We still bring them in for you.
All 3 phones?
No, just the 2 phones, the phones of the victims, and there was a third phone that was in that headrest, back seat rest. Total was 3 phones.
Your state any position on it?
Mayor, I want to make sure that the one that was in the back seat pocket of the front passenger seat. My understanding is that was still at height, that one was not.
No, we brought that back as well.
Okay.
So, Yarmouth Police Department has 3 phones.
Yes, sir.
You're saying 2 of them were inoperable, but 1 is off.
We tried to download it and nothing to do with it. Even the SIM card was unreadable.
But you have those,
Yes, sir.
Yarmouth Police Department.
Yes, sir.
All right, and it's not a problem, not an issue for you to
I can get them tonight.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
anything else to discuss, Council?
There might be, there is one that's sitting on the FBI, but I'm not in contact with the agent.
Not today. What's going on?
So, hold me go for 1 second. Mr. Allison, I'm sorry. Asking me about, Brennan Collins, FBI agent.
He is back in the country, but they still need to comply with the 2-week regulations. But he did tell me that he was back in the country.
I believe the law is that we would not be required to report direct the state to make it available. We would have to go through 2 weeks.
I don't know, you can check that out if you would, just let me know what the law is on, but if you can get it back, then let's get it back. Thank you.
Yeah, like you said before, the higher authority, the federal courts are the ones that.
Understood, but I don't know what you can do, if anything. Can you put a feeler out to see if you can get it back here, but it was fine?
So I think I just want to start working on the letter, the 1-page letter that they're not saying, just be like calling him for.
The transcripts are courtesy because we need to be on. And that leads in because I sent an email, I did get the transcripts, but I did not have my class examination for some odd reasons. Now that we know that we contacted them, we did send you the transcripts this evening. So before I knew that I got a hold of the witness that night, and I filed a motion, I just wanted to make your life as easy as possible.
Transcript of the FBI agent.
Yes, my cross was missing, and yesterday I wanted to raise the objection when there was testimony being given specifically about the environment, the latitude and the longitude, because Collins says you can't use that.
And I haven't seen it yet, but you said send it to me.
It's Ingrid, yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I do not know that I've seen.
She was CC'd on the email, so I did it about 30 minutes ago, so everybody has it.
Right.
It's a little busy, I'm checking.
So I guess the bottom line to it all is that they're trying to find out how they can get Brendan Collins, the FBI agent back here. His name is Collins. Right?
Yes.
Back here, and you're saying it needs to do a letter, so we can get this letter out, whatever it is.
We can get it out, but the problem is to be forthcoming. The last time we even tried to get him to that position, it was almost a 60-day process. Because the letter, and now.
The council's requesting the letter, so you can get the letter out today, right? And then once the letter's out, you see what you can do, Ms. Bradley, to get them back down here?
Yes, Your Honor, he's local. He lives, he's assigned to the South Florida area. Shouldn't say I know where he lives, where his office is.
So you can have a conversation once the attorney's pushing you to get the witness back down here for the defense case of chief, right?
Just one thing, Your Honor, just so the court's aware, a true letter is sent to the FBI and then go to the DOJ, and it'll be locked in benefits. So it's not going to answer any questions for the time. Just, you know, we will get it out for the door.
My understanding from counsel is, you can tell, correct me if I'm wrong, she's telling me that the first step is the letter. So I asked her, you'll get the letter out. So one page letter go out to her, I don't know anything about it. Out of state said, once that letter is done, she'll contact him, correct?
Yes.
See what we can do to expedite it. Maybe send a copy of the letter to Ms. Bradley so she can forward it on to Brendan Collins as well, but in any event, she's going to make a phone call.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't know what the law is on that, you can educate me. I thought I asked whether the witness was excused, and I thought you could check the file, there's transcripts on that too, I mean, you have transcripts, I thought they asked, is he excused, and
We
I was
did.
told yes.
We did say that.
And then he was excused, so we gotta get him back here, so council's gonna see what she can do to accommodate.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, not.
Thank you, sir.
Said she tried.
Thank you.
Done?